Hey folks, welcome back to painting, back to the show. Hope everybody has had a good week. Start some music up. You know, I look forward to streaming every week because I get some work done, like I actually get some painting stuff out of the way, learn a few things, have some fun chatting, and every week I'm trying to spruce it up, improve, make the experience a little bit better. I know not a lot of folks tune in, which is fine, but I still want to make it as best as I can. So I made a few adjustments, but nothing too major. Some stuff with like camera settings and all that. But what are we going to be painting today? Well, we're going to be painting the Zombie Daredevil, which on all the streams so far and all the stuff I painted for this board game, Marvel Zombies, I've only been painting the heroes because, well, they speak to me. Like, I really like the heroes a lot, like the models. But I figured I should start doing some zombie stuff. And even though undead isn't necessarily my favorite, there are some really cool undead models in here. And being that last week, I think it was last week, was Daredevil Born Again's season finale. Yeah, I was like, oh, you know what? I may as well paint up some Zombie Daredevil. Even though the regular Daredevil's cool, got plenty of the heroes. I should paint some zombie ones. So I primed them up, got them ready to go, and that means we are ready for the paint. All right. So, what's this? Actually, if you're, later in the future, if you're Mike, don't look at this. But this is something I've been working on today. I've been shooting some footage of me doing my Bangarang bot, and this is where I'm at so far. I'm pretty darn happy with how he's turning out. Like, it's looking pretty sexy. Now, granted, he is not nearly as dirty or grungy as the world should be, I guess. I will be griming him up in a bit and doing some chipping and stuff like that, but I like to start off clean before I go dirty. And I already kind of started it with his little comb sword, but yeah, I just love having a clean paint style, and I'm excited to figure out how I'm gonna make him grimy, but overall he's still gonna have a pretty clean and finished look. So I was pretty happy with him. This one is probably like one of the most extensive jobs I've done on miniature, like converting, like scratch build stuff. So yeah, he is I'd say about 70% done. Still got to do some of the rusty bits, his base, fix up the hosing, the glowy bits. But overall, man, I was super excited. Like, I just did a lot of the metals today and the orange stuff, and I started doing the glows before I had to make some lunch. But boy howdy, that's looking cool. Like, it is looking swell. I'm having a lot of fun with this guy. And doing this project, we talked about it on the podcast, but like it got me really excited about converting and doing my own sort of conversions and making new characters, sort of things like for RPGs or for random games, just like miniature conversions in general. And I'm having a lot of fun just putting this guy together. Like, I think he started off, like, the majority of the model, the big base of him was how he started off with, but I cut him up and added some things. I sculpted his hair, like a lot of these bits. I'm making a video actually on how I put them together for our little project. So yeah, this is just wanted to show this off because I was super proud of him. Let me put him off to the side. And what we're really here to do today, paint this bad boy. Zombie Daredevil. Like, he's pretty awesome looking, tell you what. Like, there's a lot of details that I'm excited to get into, and some ones that I'm not as used to doing, like Undead Flesh, but I have some ideas on how to make them look cool, as well as some other ideas like for the base. But, for the majority of the suit here, according to the reference, it's pretty straightforward. Just red. There's actually not a lot of exposed undead skin. So this is actually, I think, going to be a fairly simple job. The only challenge is going to be differentiating all the reds. So I think I'm going to, instead of how he has like red on his belt and his baton pouches, I think I'm going to make them black to make them break up all the redness. And that way it won't be just entirely all red. I also know that they've got some object source lighting coming off to the side that's also red, and I think I'm going to change that up to like a seafoam green, and instead of red eyes I might do seafoam green or green eyes, because that way it'll pop a little bit more off the red. So with that, nothing to it but to do it. What are we going to start with? Well, I'm going to probably start off with the base of Scale Color Deep Red. But for the shadows, I was debating on whether going straight into this Xerius Purple, which is, it's not really darker. But actually, on the way getting ready, I was like, you know what I can do? I can just add in some Night Blue to really darken it. That way it will give the impression of black without it being actually black, and it'll take it to a cooler tone. So that's what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna get our red ready, both our base coat red and the blue mixed in. Got my wet palette on the side here. In fact, I'll probably bring it up just so I can show you what the mix is going to probably look like. Let's see here. Shake up our night blue. Alright, let's see what this is going to look like. Progressively add some blues into this red. See what happens. Alright, just a little change. Oh, that's pretty strong. Let's add a little more. That is a much different purple. It's got like I don't know. It's a lot more striking than my Xerius purple would be, and I think that's about as dark as I want to take it. So let me add a little water to that so it doesn't dry out. And it also thins it. So that was about, I think it was about 50-50. And that should be plenty of purple. And in fact, I think if I need to, let's see what it looks like with this thinned down. No, that's gonna be too light. I was thinking of like throwing in this blue as a liner, but because the red and blue are additive, it becomes darker when they mix. So when you just use the blue by itself, it's actually lighter. But at least it'll have the effect of sphere blue. If I need to add some more blue, maybe take the tint darker. Let me throw in a little more red because we're gonna need quite a bit. Oh, that was a lot. Well, not a lot, but a significant amount. Alright, so this is what we're gonna be working with until we get to the highlights. I want to try to keep this the majority of my red. But knowing me and how I like to get really bright in there, it's probably not going to be the majority by the time I'm done with it. Alright, let's throw this down. That way we can keep it a little higher. Alright. So get this out of the way for focus. Actually, it's going to keep focusing on the tray. I'm going to keep this off to the side. Alright. So, according to this, I'll probably be going back and forth between my dark mix, my purple mix, and my red. So let's start off with the red. Gonna keep it pretty light. Oh, let me move this while I paint. Keep it pretty light, just to get a feel, and then I'll throw in the shading as needed. Actually, it may be easier to just start with the shading and then build the red on top. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna use my thinner brush for this. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, this is probably gonna be a little bit easier. It's a lot different than when I use Zarius Purple as my base. Because it's a lot lighter, like more lilac than this. This is like a plum. What up, Steve Jones? How's the day treating me? Well, better now that you're here, buddy. How you been? What you working on while I'm working on this? Steve Jones, the prestigious award-winning artiste. I've been doing good. My day's been great. I got some good work done on my video so far. Finishing up the apartment building for your MCP. Want to see some work in progress? Do I? Send them over via Insta and I'll check it out on the line. Heck yeah. Good luck on terrain, buddy. I hate it. I hate it. I've got so much terrain to work on. Weird sent me their Weirdscape stuff a long time ago and I've just been putting it off. Just cause like terrain is... It's like those big jobs you build up in your head. It's never been like super fun for me unless I was like creating it myself. It's fun until you get started. That's probably a better way to put it in my experience. Because as soon as I get started, I'm like, boy, I hate this already. Oh man, you know, like I've never painted like this until very recently. I think within the last year or two, where I sketch in stuff. Usually I just paint the whole thing solid and I'll build up after. But ever since I started sketching, it's been really nice. It's been a cool experience. Little greeblies like the water tower are on the top and the signage. I also want to do some freehand graffiti on the open wall. Oh, dude, yes. That's the fun stuff. The detail. The sheer size and area, though, is what gets me going. Like, of terrain. Let me see. Oop. All right. Let's get going on. See how this looks. Let's go screen share. Oh, why is it not sharing? Let me change this. It's not. I just tested this out. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's take a look. Nice. Dude. The window job. I mean, come on. Did you start with the windows? Like, did you spray the windows first and then paint around it? I wonder. Let's see what else. Oh, I like the posters. Oh, that's cool. Yup, posters. Did you add the texture? The corrugated texture? Dang. Unless it's part of the model. I don't know very much about it. Cool. Yeah, that roof. Nice. Sponge on some detail, maybe. Heck yeah. What I'm looking at is, all right. So I see Iron Man says join. Can't really tell what the other one is. It looks like Cyclops. Oh no, it looks like Magneto. Nice. Sweet. That is pretty awesome. I hate painting terrain so much, but the little details are what makes it cool. Like when you do that graffiti, oh man, that's gonna be sweet. It's actually, I would think it's like super helpful to have paint markers for that. Like I have 2 sets of paint markers for jobs like that, and for like other arts and crafts. Like I just did some anniversary stuff for my mom and dad, like their anniversary gift, and used paint markers for it. It was pretty cool. Front windows are separate pieces, so they were done separately. For the other sides, I masked the windows. Roof was done using the airbrush through air through the airbrush while I had thick paint on the brush. Oh yeah, nice. To give a random spray pattern. One thing I've always wanted to try, like I was masking using steel wool. Like I've seen that done quite a bit. And I've always been curious about, like, because it gives like a Marvel effect, but it also helps randomize. Airbrushing, man, once you start like getting past the mechanics of it all, there's like a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. Like once you start getting more creative. Sign says join the registration act with Iron Man poster. Cap was right. Magneto was right. That was my favorite part of X-Men 97. Was when they say that line. Magneto was right. So did you watch the Daredevil season finale? The sculpt is sick, isn't it? Oh man, it really is. So cool. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the zombies. Like, it's not my motif, but some of the ones are, like, really well done. Don't get me wrong, it's Undead is fun, super fun. With my old Vampire Counts army, it was super fun. You thought it was so good? Man, I was like, it needed one more episode. It needed to resolve something. It was all a nice build-up, but hot damn, I wanted to see it. Although Frank Castle, their dynamic is so cool. Like, I loved it in the comics, but I think it's done really well. Although he certainly goes like, "You rascal," when you killed him, when he kills all those people in the apartment, like especially the last one where he's like, "Oh, how about that guy?" And he's like, "Oh, you, Frank, come on, stop it." I'm like, dude, he just like offended your moral code. If you're there and could have prevented it, you're about as responsible. I mean, really, he's on your side. That should bother you a little bit more. Oh, you, Frank, and your wily ways. What are you gonna do? We'll fight in a hospital gown. I thought it was hilarious, or like a cool moment, when Karen was in the car and like saw both Frank and her and Dee Dee, and then it's like, oh yeah, she knows who they both are. This is actually red and blue, so I'm using deep red mixed in with night blue. About 50-50, not quite, like because the blue is really strong, and then I have some more blue on the side if I ever need to get it darker. But yeah, it's in those magenta tones. Using deep red as the mid-tone. Yep, I'm gonna go deep red as my mid-tone with like a blood red highlight. I might emphasize the blood red a lot more, depending on how I feel. But yeah, I used to never paint like this until I think I painted Parson a couple years back. And for Malifaux, that was my second video. And that was the first time I really ever segmented them. And Terry's red by S75. No, but I think you mentioned that before. I think that's a... Is that a bright red? I think it is. Absolutely love that color. Very saturated red. Yeah, like, I need to get it because I'm not a big fan of GW's Blood Red, or whatever they call it now, Evil Sun's Scarlet or something like that. It's just the red I've always used. And I tend to be really picky about it, and every time I try a different red, it just doesn't work out. But Scale 75 seems like it'll do the trick, because I love this range. I mean, this range is just amazing. I still remember the first time I ever tried Vallejo, because I only ever used GW like all my life up until I tried Vallejo about like 5 years into my painting journey, and I thought it was like the bee's knees. It was pretty incredible. And swore up and down by Vallejo for a long time. It wasn't like an easily available paint to me at the time, so like I really just would only buy a couple when I could. But now it's this Scale 75 stuff, man. It is, and I shot it through an airbrush recently. It's pretty awesome stuff. Don't get me wrong, GW has a great products, but being in a dropper bottle, not being in a dropper bottle is the worst. Yeah, to say the least. It is an atrocious decision they keep supporting because, I don't know, money, who knows, probably. Excuse me. They're like the corporate overlords of miniatures. But we keep giving them money. I like, I still stick, because I started my collection off with GW, and it was like the only game in town for me for a while, like, I still have quite a bit of GW stuff. And I still use quite a bit of it. But then, like, every once in a while, they do some magical thing like contrast paints, and then I go and give them a ton of money. Like, and I wish that was in a dropper bottle, and I know there are other options, but when it first came out, I know it wasn't also the first time ever. It was just like, there's something about that formulation that really sings, and like James Wapple style painting, it's like begging for contrast paints. So it's like watercolor. So like I bought a whole, but I think I bought almost the entire range. They haven't got your money. Yeah. Oh, same here. Like, they rarely get my money outside of terrain, and even then, like, it has to be a versatile terrain for me to want to buy it. But what was I thinking of? But when they came out with contrast paints, that was like the most exciting time for me, like of a new hobby product. Just like it was fun to experiment with. And in fact, like I still can't think of a line that I'll feel comfortable with doing it, like a miniature line, but I want to do like a Wapple style paint where like I just time myself for 3 hours and then just go ham on like underpainting and then washing everything and then just some simple brush highlights. Like Sleepy Slang on Instagram. Sleepy Slang is not human. Indeed. Indeed. That guy, man. If I could trade all of my skill for any one style, it would be that guy's style. Like him or James Wapple. Like, I would trade everything that I've learned to paint like that. Because it just... so cool. He recently stopped painting the GWA, pushes some more volumetric highlights. Yeah, like the sketch thing is new to me, and it's super cool. Like I didn't get the value of it for a long time. I was like, it's just like primer for a while. It's like I don't care if it's black, white, or whatever, doesn't matter. But like until you get the experience, you don't really have the vocabulary to understand like why certain things yield different results. I'm a very I have to finish one thing before I move on to the next thing. So like just like you said, the GW way of painting, my way was like I want to paint all of this color entirely first. And then I'll move on. But now, like right now, I'm going back and forth between two colors, which would have driven me insane before. I used to think like you won't get consistent results if you keep going back and forth, or like mixing. I wouldn't get consistent colors if I mixed. Now I'm like, you're ludicrous. You're insane. You can just look at it. Just look at it. Man, this is a cool sculpt. Not gonna lie, man. This sculpt is oozing character. This is a nice palette cleanser from what I was painting earlier today. Which I don't know if you'd be interested in, but it's gonna be the next video. I don't mind giving it away. I was showing it earlier. I was recording this bad boy, my Bangarang robot. I was just so proud of how he's turning out. Like, yeah, he's super clean now. He'll be a little bit dirtier. If I could trade painting style with somebody, it would be like El Miniaturista. I showed that to my wife, and she was like, I'll leave you for him. But yeah, like I started recording this guy, and right before I had to make some lunch and get ready for the stream, I was just starting the OSL glow, and I was like, dude, this guy's gonna pick up all the ladies. Oh, I'm so excited to dirty him up. I sort of started with the scratches, but it's gonna be a little bit dirtier. I know he doesn't quite fit the world. Thank you. He doesn't quite fit the aesthetic of Bangarang in the Gutterlands. Gutterlands, that's what it is. But I'm gonna start with my style, then I'm gonna dirty him up. So yeah, I just started the orange on the hose, and if Mike's on here, don't look. But yeah, and I've been taking my time on him. Certain parts didn't make me want to keep going, like but when he gets grimier and when I do the chips, he's gonna look a lot brighter, even though it'll be grimier. Like yeah, and even though the pistons and stuff look shiny, I'm gonna dirty him up in a little bit. So yeah, I've been having fun with this guy. I cannot wait till he's finished. And if Mike saw, he's cheating. One of the most fun projects I've done in a while. It's really making me want to make more miniatures, like of my own accord, for no game in particular. Like just for funsies. You know, as if we were gonna play like an RPG or something. I miss doing that for Warhammer. That's the one thing I will give GW, is like the freedom for you to make your minis how you want. I don't know if they quite still do it the same way, but I loved making my own minis. And I'm gonna do a few projects of my own, because like the most creative I get is with basing. So what do you think of so far? So far, I read the first 2 pages. But I hear so much hype. So much hype. And that makes me happy. Because, and I'll be honest, I was getting a little bit tired of 4th or 3rd myself. But, like, it's also where I'm at with gaming. I'm not the same one as I used to be able to play all the time. I'd rather paint than play. But I'm excited for the approach to terrain, even though a lot of people are already concerned about, you know, jumping or whatever, and like the value of flyers. However, I'm hobby first. So I'm like, hell yeah, give me vertical terrain. Finally, because Malifaux games are so flat. Like, in order for the game, for tournaments and stuff to be smooth, you kind of have like defined terrains, but usually it just ends up being forest walls, like equivalents, right? Like things that interrupt lines of sight, things that interrupt movement. And like, even though they had stupid things like the shadow of a building rule, whatever that was, like, it didn't encourage you to make really crazy cool terrain. And to be fair, most games make it really hard for you to have, most skirmish games make it really hard for you to have crazy, unique terrain, because it's just the inherent nature of a skirmish game is really tough. I think one of the best approaches was Relic Knights, with how they approached it. And, you know, otherwise, if you want a decently balanced skirmish game, you're going to have features of terrain not be very much of a feature. MCP, even though terrain is part of it, it's well defined as to what you should be bringing to your games, right? So that ends up being like the same olds. And in fact, because of the way they marketed the game of MCP, you end up seeing more often than not the official terrain. And like, yeah, it's cool, you'll see every once in a while like somebody brings in or makes really cool, unique things. But for a smooth game experience, like there's a defined amount of terrain you can use, and agreed upon, and like what's acceptable or isn't acceptable. Very few games make it where you can just go nuts on terrain and make a really cool looking table. Infinity being one of them. And like I I'm really excited about that part of Malifaux is like because the setting is like ripe for such cool stuff, you know. So I'm really excited about that part. In fact, as soon as the announcement came on, and I was hearing, yeah, they're pretty lax, but like what I mean is like you can't have. It's a whole different game when you have like a table full of buildings. You know, like certain things are gonna get more advantage. But what when they announced and people were talking about what they were excited about and mentioned the change to terrain, at least from what my understanding, they do have guidelines, but the stance of you do you. Okay, yeah. But and they actually, you know, AMG's way of tackling like flight and jump, like I thought it was a pretty good take. But when I heard about what they were changing with the terrain, I got super excited and instantly thought of finally making my Malifaux table. Like, I have plenty of Malifaux terrain and mats, but for years, Mike and I, a long time ago, well, mostly Mike, I just held his sweat. He and I made a folding Malifaux table because I always wanted to have one ever since the old War Machine days. Like, I saw one on the War Machine forums, and I was like, I want that. Well, we made the folding table part, and it was really cool, but I never did it. So now, with the change, and I also never wanted to build it because I'm like, I wanted to make a canal table, like Venice, you know, that kind of thing. And it wouldn't have benefited. Like, I would have made it where you could make it flat. But like all the walking up and down stairs, and it would have benefited like flight and leap. So now with the changes to how you move and stuff, I'm like, dude, I'm gonna make that table. You can't stop me. MCP is a bit more casual. Shatterpoint is much better with how terrain works. I heard Shatterpoint wasn't as well received, but I also didn't pay attention because I'm not so big into the Star Wars IP anymore. Like, it's just not my cup of tea anymore. I appreciate it for what it is, and I really like that people like it. And new audiences and whatnot. It's just, it doesn't tickle my fancy anymore. But the models are cool. Like, one person's impression that, like, when it first came out and they were telling me was, like, everything's really randomized in that game. And I'm like, oh, okay. I get it. I'm honestly not as, at least this year or the last couple months, more like 6 months, I haven't been as much thrilled about actual gaming. I actually just want to make stuff. And like, I like reading about games, but I just want to make minis or paint minis. So I hadn't, like, my buddy Christian was like, you pumped about it? Have you read? And he was telling me about it, and I was just like, you know, if you would have caught me a couple years ago, I would have. But now I'm just like, I'll wait till it comes out. Oh, what's up, Curse? How's it going? I like the way the Trench Crusade nerds have been building their tables with risers as opposed to recesses. That's what I'm doing with my M4 table. That is a pretty good idea. It wasn't as well received, but it is more tight and tactical compared to MCP. I haven't played it, but I've heard it is much more competitively balanced. That's also good. Nothing turns me off of a game more than when it's like, I broke it in 3 seconds, you know, or you see some nonsense. Now granted, games I think as a whole are a lot better about it now. How you been, Curse? You working on anything? How you doing? I don't know what, I'm just being silly now. Wow, so they're using risers That makes sense. The one I'm planning for Malifaux is going to be all kinds of elevation changes. So, like, the other thing I'm excited about is the evolving schemes. I heard about that. That sounds legit to quit. I'm stealing your color palette for DD when I paint mine. Heck yeah, steal it all you want. Just mix a dark blue into a red. Been tired riding my bike to work and home after pipe fitting all day. Oh, pipe fitter, huh? I wasn't in oil and gas, but I worked for an oil and gas company. And yeah, y'all are a lot better people than I am. I'm an office jockey. I'm a spreadsheet guy. Presentations and all that. No, pipe fitting though, man. Woo! I'll just teach people. I'll just train them on Excel again. My old company, I was known as the Excel guy, which just really means no one tries to learn Excel except for one guy. It's like the computer guy. It's like they always thought I was the computer guy. It's like, bro, I'm not. I just tried. I honestly don't know very much about computers. Compoopers. I read a meme earlier that was like, millennials, or he was like, being a millennial in office is hard because you gotta help both the old guys and then young guys on how to fix their computers. I do aeroneumatic systems, so it's not as nasty as petro. Okay, yeah. Loss of dust collection and explosion prevention. Yeah, I was the guy who would set you up for safety council. That's about it. Like, I knew about non-destructive testing, like what it was in theory or in general, and what certifications you needed to do it. But if you had me actually doing it, I'd be like, duh, y'all don't want to be around me when I'm handling radioactive materials, because we will all die. I guess I need to put some... Oh, I need some water in that bad boy. Sounds to me like a guy at work. I'm the G Suite guy, make sheets, and then have people often ask, how'd you get it to do that? I don't know, Google? A good buddy of mine, we were cubicle mates, and you would not know that we were like the best of friends if you just met us. But basically, he knew that all I was ever going to tell him, if he asked me for help, the first thing I'd say is, did you Google it? Because if you haven't tried Googling it, I don't know if I want to help you. And I mean, I can be pretty grumpy, and I get really grumpy when people just like, instead of trying to figure it out on their own, they just default to like, help, I need an adult. It's called a VLOOKUP, Deborah. What do they teach kids these days? Something as simple as conditional formatting and making pivot tables. Dude, there was somebody in my office that didn't know what a scroll bar was. Accounting, ladies and gentlemen. What's a scroll bar? Oh, I was just getting like Vietnam flashbacks just thinking about it. I used to have to teach people, like I would train on Excel because I was the Excel guy. And I remember I would train this like one person all the time on the same stuff. And like I had courses for the different skill levels of like beginner, intermediate, and person who thinks they know more than me. It's called a VLOOKUP, Sheila. You can go straight to hell. But like the things I would teach it for the beginners were real easy. And then I remember one time I was having a course that was like for advanced people, and it's just full of people who think they know more than me, which is fine. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I am self-taught for the most part. So I also believe that even beginners can teach me. Like, they'll figure out tricks. It's just like gamers. Like, they'll figure out things that you had no idea to think about because your brain isn't their brain. So, like, I remember one time I was teaching an advanced one, and, like, they just did not want to be there. And, ended up blowing their tits off. Because I was like, oh yeah, here's some short keys you never knew about. Oh yeah, here's blah, blah, blah. Now, granted, I am no Excel finalist. I was just watching a TikTok of, like, it was like a guy who's just handed a bunch of problems, and it's like speed running Excel. And yeah, he was using, like, I try not to use a mouse as much as often, but he was using no mouse, and he would just see a problem and just make a pivot table, resort everything, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh crap, okay, at a certain point I need a mouse because I'm not that good. It's a pivot table. I kind of enjoy doing it support in OneDrive SharePoint systems because they got guardrails fucking up too badly. Dude, VLOOKUP, like, I remember in my beginner course, because VLOOKUPs were so important to making your job efficient in the accounting area, which is where I helped out with, it would be the hardest thing I'd have to teach. But I would tell people the way I teach it is if you, yeah, I saw that old Japanese dude that paints in Excel. I still have that bookmarked from Great Big Story. But I would tell people, like, VLOOKUP, if you understand VLOOKUP, you can pretty much do anything in Excel. It's all the same principles. It's all the same logic. It's all the same way of thinking. If you understand how to read the formula and, like, the couple ways to make it, then you're golden. That's all, like, all my learning ever was applied as. It's just breaking down each of those elements one at a time, understanding what they mean by a reference, and when a reference error occurs, what does that actually mean? And, like, people really wouldn't understand. Like, they think I'm lying when I told them it wasn't an extensive amount of knowledge that got me. It was just practice and, like, getting used to understanding things, like breaking it down, a problem logically. And it's not like I remember every formula off the top of my head, or like I taught myself how to do VBA. It's all just breaking it down. Is VLOOKUP? Is VLOOKUP looking up an array in Sheets? Well, an array, as I know it, like when you apply a formula as an array, it's doing all the iterations of it. So I guess it can be the same if the terminology for array means, like, looking up a reference table or reference column, whatever, and returning the relative value of what it is. But, like, whenever I think of array, I think of Control-Shift-Enter on a formula so that it would run through all of the iterations of a thing. So, man, you're getting me. It's been a year since I had to do this. But in Excel, if you use the squiggly brackets, like, let's say you had to do a sum ifs of a bunch of criteria, and you would normally have to put in, like, all of the extra, like, if this equal, or, like, you would have to basically have a bunch of formulas squished into one formula. But you can also use the squiggly brackets for the criteria, and then, when you do that, you just put multiple criteria in it, and then when you press Control-Shift-Enter into your formula, it'll add up all of those permutations together. I'm nerding out. Okay, never mind. Anyways, painting. I actually, like, really enjoyed Excel problems. Like, and I was always, like, particularly proud of the fact that I just brute forced my way through learning it. Like, it's not like I grew up with Excel. In fact, it wasn't until a recent job where I had to, like, fully utilize Excel. But it was just super fun to, like, figure things out. It's like learning anything. It's like learning painting. It's like once you start seeing the matrix on how to look at the program, you start seeing everything so differently. And then you feel like Superman. Sounds like the exact thing create a script, do a pool of what you want the data to do. Yeah, because of VLOOKUP, and whenever I would teach my intermediate to advanced ones, I would try to show them, okay, VLOOKUP got you this far, now throw it away, learn, damn. I had it, and then my brain farted. Index match. Like, index match is significantly much more useful and less prohibitive in its nature than VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP requires your reference to go from left to right because the return is, unless you put a negative number in there, the return is always going to be whatever is on the right side of the column. But if you index match, which are two different formulas, you put a match inside an index, it becomes variable. Like, let's say you do your VLOOKUP and for some reason you didn't lock your cell or whatever, and then the column gets moved, or you delete a column, and Excel sometimes doesn't just fix your shit for you. Sometimes it just keeps the same hard-coded reference number. But if you index match, like let's say you match the header, then suddenly it's just looking for the name of the header. And so it could be variable. And it's not number-based either, like return the value of 5, and then it's like whatever the fifth column is. But when you're dissecting that problem later, like something wrong with your formula, you're not going like, well, what's the fifth column? Your index match will tell you it's this column. It's the column you labeled as fart knocker. Telling you, man, once you figure out index match, it's also the better one for you to use in your VBA, because essentially it is dummy proof once you've written it well. Man, I miss Excel. I don't have a license to Excel personally, so I don't really use it anymore. I need to learn Sheets because the Google suite is actually get fart knocker. If fart equals knock, then else not a fart, go to bathroom. Shit. Oh man. I love this stuff. Just gotta love the maturity. And it's funny too because funny story, right? So I made a lot of spreadsheets for my company. I would make KPIs for people who were in the field that became like project managers or general managers or whatever. And so they're not exactly tech savvy, even though to me it's not really tech savvy. But they weren't office folks but they needed to report numbers to, say, customers or to projects or whatever. So I would make dummy-proof Excel spreadsheets that could, with a press of a button and a form popping up, they'd be able to do complex things with just simple data entry so that their admin can do it or whoever. So in my spreadsheets, in the macro, I'd always, usually I'd lock it in a way that's not just enter password, because those can be broken really easily with a Google search. But I put in a cat in all of my macros, like a little one made with commas and stuff like that. And it was kind of like my little signature, my cheeky little signature I would just do as my own thing, because I knew nobody was really going to look in it and know, but I would know, and it's fun. It was a cat chasing a mouse. Oh, it's all gonna be red. I'm glad my problems nowadays aren't making PowerShell scripts talk to 080 and fixing the degree grade on a piece of ducting. Jesus. All right, buddy. This is my cue of using Star Trek, speak English, Doc. Oh, it's like that. It's like trying to fit a corn. Anyways, I'm just being offensive. So anyways, I would always put a cat in mine chasing a mouse. It's just a little cute signature thing I would do. And I just always point it out to people, And if you press this button, you'll see my code, Alt F5. If you go to this tag, at the bottom of every sheet, it's a cat chasing a mouse. It was just my little thing. And my buddy at work, who taught me a lot about macros and stuff, after I taught myself, he would teach me really crazy ones. He was a dog guy, so he always put a husky in his. Like, he and I would pass spreadsheets back and forth, and like he would put stuff like a husky, and then it'd say like dogs are better than cats or something like that. So we'd always do that, but mine was always a cat chasing a mouse. So I've made those a bunch for our managers, usually to present to customers, and 9 times out of 10 the customer would be super impressed and like make everybody else on the site use it, like all of our competitors. And so one time it went to another plant, and like I got a request for some assistance. They were like, hey Ryan, we really like, our customer saw this spreadsheet from our competitor and was like, everybody needs to use this, it's super impressive. So now they expect me to become some Excel guru and make something like this, but we can't use it because it's the competitors. So take a look at this spreadsheet and tell us if you can do something similar or not. And then I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I definitely can. You know how I know? Because it's mine. The competitor took my spreadsheet and tried to pass it off as theirs. And they're like, how can you prove it's yours? I'm like, first, I've got the original file. Second, you just look in their file information, who the creator is. Third, there's a cat in there in every single macro. It's a cat chasing a dog, or a cat chasing a mouse. And if you want further proof, ask them to fix it, like to fix what they messed up. Like, here's something that they added to it that messed it up. It was a hilarious story. They didn't add the No, dude, it was a low bar where I was. So yeah, I was like, well, so then the request is complete. I'll file this as done, because you can just tell them it is ours. They're using our spreadsheet, and we'll meet them in the parking lot very soon. For I take my spreadsheet seriously. Oh man, been having fun just sketching this guy. Hashtag professionals. Dude, there's just so much. Like, I was never one to take credit for very much. It was pretty obvious within my company when I did something. And I moved up pretty quickly. Pretty high up. But the number of people who just take credit for others' work, I'm like, dude, eventually you're gonna have to back that stuff up, man. Eventually they're gonna be like, hey, this is the Excel guy I was telling you about. And if you don't know what you're doing, then you're just gonna look dumb. And that was my number one fear. Looking dumb. I gotta mix more of this red and blue together. I had a similar situation happen last year, but it was only within my own department. It's just crazy, you know? Like, I wish office politics wasn't a thing. Then again, like, don't we all? Like, I left my job a year or so ago, less than a year ago. And all the work I did was just taken credit by my former boss, and I was just like, whatever, man. I gave someone a copy of my data tracker since our company uses a tool that doesn't update in real time, so I made one myself. Yep, I've done that before. Well, at least the stink didn't have to travel so far you'd find it. Oh, man. I just don't get it. I don't get why people are like that. Just dicks. That's fine, though. Because we got each other, and we're all painting like a bunch of cool guys and gals and everybody in between or outside. Gave a copy to a peer, which they tried to pass off as there, but didn't know how to change formulas. Yeah. One of my old passwords that I would do that wasn't using the actual password function was I'm a dummy, because it's like I would tell them how to open it. Just admit you're a dummy. It was a hilarious conversation with management. Dude, like, eventually it comes out. And, like, not only does it come out, the person who you're not crediting, that you're stealing the work from, knows. So now you have one more person in the world, i.e. your office or whatever, or in your sphere of influence, who knows you're a BSer and that you're going to do this. So then you just, like... There's nothing to be gained. It's just so much easier to like learn how to do it yourself. That's what I don't get about like cheaters and stuff like that. It's like avoiding work is twice as much work. Just do it. Just learn it. Be the change. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. God, cool mini or not, you're gonna kill me with this cathedral. Magenta yellow gradients on your obliteration crew are nuts. Magenta yellow. Oh, yeah, it's on my basing video is how I do pretty much the whole trick. Whenever it's my how to make a mini base that goes to space, that's pretty much how I do the entirety of the crew, I think. Like right now, Nothing Beast is on there. That's pretty much the space base. Yeah. It's but thank you. Like it's it was one of my most thought of, like most planned crews at the time, because I like really planning it out and like going an extra mile on my crews, especially since like I'll enter them into painting competitions. So I usually will think of the paint job, right? But it usually goes around, "Hey, Weird Kim!" That's like a Deadpool. "Hi, Yumiko." Or Kimiko. I forget the name. But I'll like usually plan out the paint job, like what inspires me. But then I'll plan out the gimmick of like what will make this really kick. What's the jalapeno popper of this crew? What's gonna be a challenge? What's different that I haven't done before? That'll really just make mom proud, you know? So in that crew, it was the base, because I saw years ago, Next Level Painting, who made a video about a galaxy pattern in a banner. And I was like, dude, that's sick. I want to do that. But I don't know when, and I don't have banners, and I don't want to do it in a banner and just copy it. Although essentially I did copy it. But then whenever I got the Terror crew and I tested it out, and I was like, oh, this is my crew now. I like this crew. I got the Nightmare Edition models, and I was like planning it. Like, how am I going to make them look cool? Like, what will really sing to their abilities? And I thought, I still have the reference photos of like my different ideas. And then I finally landed on like a portal to space, because that's kind of what they do when they bury you. So for a while I planned out how I was going to do it. Then I finally executed on it with Terra, my first one. And then just took it from there. It was super fun. Like now that's what I do with all my crews, is like, what's going to be the gimmick? Like, how do I make it stand out more? So with my Teary crew, it was like it was a challenge for me to learn how to do non-metallic metal with just a brush, as opposed to an airbrush, because up until then I always did it with an airbrush. And then with my Hoffman crew, after I won with my Teary crew, I was like, well, now I gotta really top that. I'm gonna try LEDs, because I've always wanted to try LEDs, and I knew that was gonna be a pain. Like, it was gonna be a whole new skill set, took a lot of patience, but I was like, all right, I wanna learn it on a crew that has low numbers, but it also has terrain elements, so that I can practice on some bases and, like, you know, practice in a safe space. So that's when after I won, I got the Nightmare Hoffman crews as a prize in Fodown. So then that was my gimmick, was LEDs. And that was fun. Never gonna do it again. Never. Never. Not for miniatures. Because boy howdy, that is it was work. A lot of work. Worth it, but like, it was like 80 hours, I think, of non-stop work. 60 to 80. I think it was 60 No, I think it was like 16 total. I didn't time it, like, or I didn't write it down, but I was keeping a rough estimate in my head. So much work. Some of it was like the Joss one. I learned a lot of like what not to do. Man, I gotta paint in between these things. Also, Joss not being part of Hoffman's crew anymore, not cool, bro. At least that's what I heard. That boy lay failure makes light looks... What? That boile feller makes lights look so easy. Right. What color am I painting the ruins? I'm gonna probably go with a dark gray, but I'm gonna try mixing in like things like greens and browns and stuff. I might just slap paint around on it because I need it to be relatively dark to do my object source lighting. But mostly it's gonna be cold neutral colors. Cold and neutral colors maybe, and some earth tones to break it up. I may dry brush, but I hate dry brushing, so we'll see. Not a fan of the dry brush. I was gonna say maybe gray mixed with a little green. Yeah, you know, like some algae looking stuff. Maybe even throw in because the greens will contrast or whatever the word is for the reds. And I might go with a stippling of dark green and light green. But I'm gonna look at whatever paints I have and make a decision from there. Because that's usually how it works, is like I'll just look at what's on hand and then let that strike my fancy. I also despise yeah, I hate the texture. It only works for me on basing, like on stones and stuff. But even then, it's just... it's uncivilized. It's just not my... I don't like the technique at all. I think it's probably because I don't like the lack of control. I like to know that it's gonna look exactly how I apply it. But like sometimes dry brushing goes crazy. Like, depending on the brush, the angle, it can get unruly. But it is uncouth. No civilized painter would dry brush so eagerly. Yeah. Boy, this purple dries fast. And it's in a wet palette. What's going on? Yeah, basing terrain is fine, especially with vampire. Yeah, scoffing and dry brushing. Dry brushing is for barbarians. I have nothing against it, and I think it's probably because I don't dry brush a lot that I don't like how my dry brushing goes. You know, like it's a tool you don't use a lot of. I've seen some people who can dry brush a lot, and it looks insanely good. And I know that also, like, some people will use specific brushes, you know, big fat round brushes or whatever, and it'll make it look better. For me, it's like, why would I spend any more time on a tool or technique on something I don't particularly like doing? It's like if you paint acrylic all your life, you may not want to learn how to oil paint, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can be a stubborn bastard. Let it be. Let it be. But what I appreciate about it is that it is great for beginners. Like, for people just getting into the hobby, it is such a great barrier breaker. Like, you can instantly start to get results with such a simple technique, you know? Like, I remember the first time, and I'm sure that a lot of people did this, the first time I learned how to dry brush, everything was dry brushed for like ever. I changed up my whole paint scheme around it. But like, I love techniques like that, like slap chop. Even though it as a technique has been around forever, the knowledge of it being spread out to where it is now and getting people excited about painting, like, game recognizes game. I want more people painting, regardless of the technique. I'm just at a point where, when I think of dry brushing, I just think, I'm better than you. And I know it. Here at Globo Gym, we're better than you, and we know it. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Come on, Michelle. Does it make you feel old that movie is over 20 years old? Yeah. Little part of you just died. I like super soft makeup brushes for dry brushing. Makes me feel fancy. Yeah, I actually use makeup brushes for like stippling and dry brushing. Yeah, no shade if somebody wants to dry brush, just know it isn't for me. Exactly, because we're better than them. No. I honestly, maybe I should revisit dry brushing again, because I think I'm just not good at it. I don't know how to get the paint consistency right where I'm happy with it. I end up just over brushing a lot of the times instead of just dry brushing. Okay, I think that's enough underpainting. I'm getting impatient anyways. Let's paint on some reddies. I do work at Globo Gym. We're better than you. Laser. Blazer. They got laser, blazer, and all kinds of aces. Classic. That's me grabbing the bull by the horns. It's a metaphor. But it really happened. Now he's all directing Severance. Even he gets hoity-toity and too good for dry brushing. Blade, laser, blazer. My fitness consigliere. Michelle. Oh man. Look at Chuck Norris. Oh man, I love that movie. Now I'm gonna rewatch it. Ever since I've been watching the Daredevil show, I started rewatching all kinds of Marvel shows. And I just rewatched Loki. Season 1, I'm on season 2 again. And don't know where I was going with this. I forgot where I was going with it. Dang it. Oh, I was painting Daredevil and made me think of it. I already rewatched all 3 seasons of Daredevil while I was painting Punisher. But now, I'm thinking of working up the courage to catch up on the movies I didn't watch, and movies and shows that I didn't watch. So I haven't watched Quantumania yet. I don't know if that's a good thing. Loki season 1 and 2 were enjoyable. I loved the ending. Like, that was one of my favorite endings. When I rewatch it again, after, like, I was watching, like, old Avengers and, like, all the stuff after Avengers, and I'm like, would he really be the same? Because it's a different Loki who didn't experience Dark World and Ragnarok and dying in Endgame. He just watched it on a TV, right? And who's to say how much of it he watched? If it's only what they showed in the show, it wasn't very much. So just knowing what happened to your alternate self and living it, to me, are 2 completely different things. So, who's to say that he actually would still become good? Or have these self-realizations that took tons of betrayals for him to finally figure out? But then again, we are liking this Loki as if he were the other Lokis, the charming, devilish rogue. But he's not. He's not the same one. He just committed a genocide. Or tried to. A New Yorkicide, if you will. I don't know, man. Not my Loki. Just kidding. I liked it. I loved when season 2 was getting really bonkers. Like, when they got really bonkers at the beginning with the time travel stuff of him traveling to the past and the present at the same time. Stuck in a whatever time loop or whatever they called it. But it still was problematic as a plot device. Whenever you have time travel of any kind, it's problematic. Because 1, we live in a simulation. But, of course, we can pick apart all we want. To me, the criteria of a Marvel movie is, was it enjoyable? Or was it, like, terrible? Was the action cool? And how much Punisher did it show? Man, I really can't wait till they do some X-Men. And I hope they do it well. I still remember when they did the first X-Men. I was probably still am, one of the only ones who does not like X-Men 1. Sorry, I don't. I didn't then, but I appreciated it. Appreciated the fact that it was no Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Dolph Lundgren. Who were you fan casting as Wolverine? Tom Cruise. No. I would say Cavalry is probably, just because I don't have the imagination of knowing who else would be a good Wolverine, but I also believe that it would be a good opportunity to cast someone of unknown relevance. Like, they don't have to be a celebrity or already an established actor to be Wolverine. We don't know if there's a real life Wolverine out there just waiting for his chance. Because wasn't he a relative unknown when he played Wolverine? Like, granted, he was an actor, like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. But, like, he really wasn't known until after he did Wolverine. I still remember watching him in this movie called The Fountain and going, what the fuck? Like, what is this? I get it, but also I feel like it was sniffing its own farts. I'd like Wolverine too, but I'd like somebody else like Daniel Radcliffe, smaller stature, bucko for sure. Yeah, I'd be down. Yo, after Heath Ledger as Joker, I believe in anything. Hell, even the original Batman in the 90s or 80s. What? Michael Keaton. They didn't believe in him. Oh, I messed that up. Oh well. Like, I like to be surprised. And I like to give the opportunity to surprise. Now, granted, Cavill is my choice because, one, he is a nerd through and through and respects the source material. Granted, he's not the one that writes it, but I respect that because it makes me think, yeah, I've got the same body type. I could be an actor, not just because I'm a nerd. Like, being a nerd won't hold me back from my Hollywood aspirations. I've got 2 out of the 3. Oh, what did I just say about The Fountain? When I watched it with, it was with Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. I remember when I first watched it in college, I was like, what the heck? Like, I got it. I understood what it was doing. Just felt like it sniffed its own farts. And the end was like, ugh. I didn't like The Fountain. Then again, I'm the reverse of a movie snob. I want titties and explosions. I don't want to feel. I don't want to feel anything. I don't want to think about stuff. Does it explode? That's my criteria. Is it fast and or furious? Actually, I don't like that franchise, but I would watch it over The Fountain again. That's saying a lot. I never watched them until a friend of mine had us watch it, and we were doing it for fun and irony. It's not bad in that context. But I love cheesy action, man. I love cheesy action. I still haven't watched Double Time. It's on my list. My sole issue with Cavill is he's stature-wise way too massive. I felt the same when he was Geralt. I love he's nerdy, but doesn't need to be in every franchise. I get that. But boy, he is massive, isn't he? Ooh, hot dog. I'm getting hot and bothered thinking about it. Just kidding. Not really. Yeah, I get it too. Like, it was cool seeing him as Wolverine in Deadpool. Like, I never knew about that, like, people wanting him as Wolverine. And then when I saw that part, I was like, actually, he kicked butt in that one scene. Granted, though, yeah, he isn't the same. But then again, even Deadpool plays a joke on, like, comic accurate Wolverine. Cutie. I just don't want it to be Hugh Jackman again. Give the rest of us a chance. Give us a shot. I could be Wolverine. Hello, my wife is in the room with me, and The Fountain is her favorite movie. Now it's apparently smelling its own farts. I would do something like that too. Is just shit on somebody's favorite movie. That's like those faux pas of like you make a joke thinking everybody feels the same way as you. Then it turns out it's like, no, I had a pony. That's a Seinfeld reference. I had pony. My mom had pony. Like, maybe it was also me at the time in college. Like, granted, okay, so here, in my defense, The Fountain rules. Okay, somebody stole a keyboard. In my defense, when it first came out, I was in high school. I think I was like a freshman or a sophomore. When this movie first came out, I thought it was like so deep. American Beauty. So that should tell you whether you should trust my judgment on any of these things. But I can't tell you how long it took me to figure out that was a spaceship that he was riding, the little bubble thing. I will give you that is a unique take on what a spaceship is. And is, hopefully I'm thinking of the same thing. Boy, it'd be funny if the whole time I'm making fun of some other movie. It's like, Brian, that was Small Soldiers. And this is a Wendy's. Grandpa, you're lost at the mall again. You know what movie does rule? That has Hugh Jackman, and I feel is way smarter? The Prestige. Now that's something I can get behind. That is a movie I love. That's like hoity-toity, big brain, I guess. Memento. That's one. That's what you need to watch instead of The Fountain. Trust your judgment on action. But, uh-oh. You know, the other thing, too, of why you shouldn't trust my judgment? I love The Rock. Everybody online gets mad that he's, swerve on your deep philosophical. Everybody gets mad at The Rock, right? Like, and I get it too, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I loved his movies. I loved Faster. You ever watch that movie? You like Prestige? Good book too. It's a book? I mean, yes, I knew that. Chapter 3 is the best. Good book too. My favorite film is a German film called Perfume. Diary of the Murderer. Meiner Schwanz ist sehr groß. Das ist meine Familie. Prestige is phenomenal, yes. And I really wanted to like Tenet. I will like Tenet once I figure out what the hell's going on. Cool bullet stuff, though. Everything's backwards. Back in my day, movies went forward. Movies had excellent adventures with Bill and Ted. You like the Rock and the Tomb to Jumanji? But, yeah, I liked Jumanji as well. I thought it was a great way to honor, I guess, the original Jumanji fans while taking it in a modern, silly direction. Like, sometimes we take stuff too seriously. That's a good way to be like, it's like it's just fun. Just fun movie. I want to watch it again now. I honestly, okay, so I really didn't like the first Jumanji movie when it came out and I was a kid. It was entertaining. I didn't hate anybody who liked it. I just thought, how can anyone play this game? The rules are everywhere. I take my board games very seriously. I just like games like, or movies and stuff like that for very arbitrary reasons. And it was never like, "Meh, you like this, meh, you're so dumb, meh." It was more like I knew in my head I did not like this because of a dumb reason. But I can't get over said dumb reason. Just like the first X-Men movie, I didn't like it when it first came out. Because things like, well, I didn't know at the time that, like, I wasn't the only person that didn't like how they treated Storm. I really hate how the media portraying Cyclops always gets him so wrong. He is the sexiest man. And he's so good. Until he's bad. But, I don't know. But when X-Men 2 came out, one, Nightcrawler is one of my absolute favorites. Two, that opening scene. It's funny because, like, if you rewatch it, it's really, like, everybody these days does stuff like that. But, like, at the time, as an X-Men fanboy, it blew my tits off. See, they're over there. You know what happens to a frog when it's struck by lightning? Same thing that happens to everything else. Like, I feel like we missed something here. But wasn't it like a whole different thing going on as to, like, that would have made a lot more sense? I know that she was recently asked about if she would ask to join the X-Men franchise, would she? And she's like, hell no. And I don't blame her. Because, boy, you know, it's like an abusive ex. Like, you give them chances. She had so many chances. She gave him so many chances. How many of those franchises were she in, and those movies? And they yet to respect the alpha mutant that she is. I mean, she controls the freaking weather, man. She's basically a good person Magneto. And they gonna do that to her? You know, who I think would be really good as Storm, but she's already in the MCU. Michonne from Walking Dead, who was in Black Panther. I forget her name both as the actress and the character, but X2 was definitely peak, been downhill ever since. I liked Logan. I liked Wolverine 3. Yeah, that's about it. Until 97 came out, for sure. Well, Wolverine and the X-Men, don't forget about that. That's a good cartoon animation. Respect where it's due, you know? X2 was so great. What I really loved was, like, they respected the themes of what makes X-Men good. It's not about the powers, because Superman has powers and he's boring. What makes X-Men good There's, the parallels to the civil rights movement, and like the questions of what defines us as a human being. And one of my favorite things about X2 was the simple approach to Mystique and Nightcrawler's interaction. Like, Mystique was a way to treat a character without having to give it tons of screen time and lines or whatever, and it still creates like this idea of a character in your head. And the interaction between those two, where he's like, I heard you can do the even their voice, and she does even their voice, which is spot on impression, by the way. And then he says like, well, why wouldn't you do this all the time? And she says, because we shouldn't have to. And I'm like, dude, that's in a nutshell. Like, that's the kind of writing that needs to come back. I love the Joss Whedon writing and all, I really do, but we really need to get back to that type of writing where it's like minimalist. Like, how do you convey this idea of this character's motivations and like why they would be so appealing? Like, why? Because nobody's a bad guy in their own head. Like, why would they have a following? And when you have Mystique saying things like that, just like walking off like a badass, because she is, then like, yeah, that's the kind of writing we need, Marvel. Not everybody needs to crack a joke. I like a joke. I love an Ant-Man. But some of us need to have gravitas in our characters. Not everybody is a wise ass. Although it's fun, it not everyone needs to. Like, by Endgame, the way that Thor was being treated, I was like, I rewatched Avengers, and I was like, dude, it's like Black Widow losing her accent or something like that. I don't know. Or somebody, I forgot what show or movies or was where their accent was changing, and they made fun of it. But yeah, like by Endgame, he's just like a guy who gained some weight and like is a loser, right? Like, and I get where they were going with it, but there are more subtle ways to do that than just making everybody into a comic relief. Funny thing about Storm and her Omega level status, she can control the weather on any... Oh, I never even thought about that. So then she can make Mars habitable? Come on, girl. Save the world by making a different one viable, so that all the richies can go there. That's a cool fact I didn't know. Am I the only person that believes that, like, or like feels that in this day and age of the internet, fandom, it doesn't feel like you're a true fan unless you know absolutely like more than everybody else and all that stuff, that elitism idea? Because, like, let's say you loved a character enough to get a tattoo of their logo or something like that. Like, and then somebody would be like, why would you do that if you don't even know this about them? I always feel like that's gonna be brought up. And I know that you should just do what makes you happy, but at the same time, I'm like, it just feels like with the access of information and internet and all that stuff, like, it feels like that's the way everything goes now. It's like, if you're a fan of one album of a band, can you say that you're really a fan? Like, people have these qualifications. So I wonder about, like, I read comics as a kid. I love comics. I really love comics. But I don't read a lot of them anymore, and I don't remember a lot of the stuff I read. Like, does that make me less of a comic fan? Does it make me in the same boat as the person who likes Punisher just because they know the bullet points of Punisher and they don't really read the comics? Because that was, brought up about the show. It was like the use of his logo and his ideals. I didn't like how they handled that either. But then again, if he were to respond to them, the real Frank Castle would probably be about as brief as he was. Like, you're a bunch of losers, bunch of clowns, and that's it. You want to see my world, Rue? You're clowns. I'm like, that could have been handled a little bit better. But then again, he is kind of a brute. He wouldn't even... He wouldn't dignify you with a real response. But at the same time, it's a TV show, man. Give me more substance. Thor was perfect in Thor 1 and 2 and Avengers 1 when he still was defined as fish out of water type. Then they decided to need crack jokes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Thor fan at all, but I could feel that if you were a Thor fan, that would feel pretty annoying. Like, he was just a dumb guy cracking jokes. And when I watched Thor 4, More Thor, I was excited for that. I never watched a trailer or read a review or anything like that. I try to avoid that stuff when for Marvel things. And I was excited because I like Natalie Portman. And I was thinking maybe now she'll get her spotlight. Then I watched it. I was like, dude, this is just Day at the Improv. Like, everybody's cracking jokes, nothing serious, and it's just a waste of Bale. It's a waste of Christian Bale. He would have been a great supervillain. Yeah, but also, I didn't like Thor 1. I'm losing a lot of internet points, I guess. I don't know. It just felt like Weekend on Earth. I love it now. But then again, I think I'm biased because I don't like Thor in general. Like, I'm just not a fan. It's a little old school for my taste. But I respect it. But even then, like, old school, quote unquote, I like Iron Man. He's old school. He's about as old school as Thor. So, what's that say about me? Just says, trust my opinion, bro. I know what I'm talking about. This show is just me rambling. Love it. But yeah, like, Thor 4 More Thor was pretty bad. They even, what is it, Taiki, like, I forget how to pronounce his name. He even admitted that, like, yeah, he went a little far and crazy with it. Of just letting people improv. And Thor was like, yeah, I just saw everybody else doing it. What Thor? Hemsworth. Total lack of respect for Thor's noted. Look at me, I've got a mallet. I like him, like, just like the same thing as I like Hulk. I like them as a force. A storytelling force. But it's not the character I gravitate toward. I'm an X-Men guy. The other thing too is I didn't have a lot of access to Avenger comics as a kid. Most of the ones I read were X-Men ones. It's like, if your mom knows you like one subject, they keep getting you that one subject for the rest of your life or whatever. Well, my mom knew I liked X-Men, so she would just buy me X-Men comics at the dollar store whenever they were around. And so I basically knew, like, snippets of every story because they're dollar store comics. But the other thing, too, is, like, I never really got the omnibus or the full... Because I didn't go to comic book stores to buy comics. I lived overseas for a long time, so, we wouldn't get them in the same way. Best scene in Thor 4 More Thor was ones where Christian Bale could do his craft and make a villain scary. Yeah. Like, that's what everybody kept saying. It was like, it was a waste of Christian Bale. And that he was doing alright. I like the opening scene with him. But then again, like, I don't know. To each their own. I only like X-Men as much as everything else. As the most. Or the most. Me liking Cap is like me liking Batman in the DC universe. It's just Batman. I don't like anything else. So me liking Cap on Avengers. I like the Avengers, don't get me wrong, and I like their characters. I think they're cool. But my first love was X-Men. I like their stories better. I related to X-Men more. Now, granted, I liked reading the Ultimates, which was the modern take on the Avengers, which was also what the movie Nick Furies were based off of, I think. I think they changed the Ultimates image of Nick Fury to that of Samuel L. Jackson. The Ultimates went hard. Like their take on Black Widow, still traumatic. Just calling it Captain America like that, it's like I say that as I have a cool cap tattoo. Coolest part of Captain America is that it commands respect of literal gods. Hey, speaking of, that's what this one was based off of, is his original shield. Oh gosh, what is that on me? Gross. Yeah, like I just basically told the artist, like I knew him, and I was like, just make something with his original shield as an inspiration, and then he did the whole eagle. God's power being while still being human. Yeah. I like the aesthetic of modern Cap with the round shield, and like the way that his uniform looks with it, especially like even in the movies, like when they did Winter Soldier, that stealth suit. Oof. It's America's ass. But he's just my favorite non-X-Men, actually. He's like one of my favorite Marvel characters, but if I had to pick a favorite, which I do, it's Cable. Which the Deadpool movie in what's his name? Josh Brolin's portrayal of Cable. Ha! Perfection. I remember when I first heard about Cable being in that movie. Just had to change pants real quick. I still have on my shelf back here my I do love all the Lee-filled pouches and the hidden feet. That was the majority of the comics I would get, though, or those stuffs. I still have them. But I have my first Cable toy still from when I was in 3rd grade. Just loved it. I just loved anybody who reminded me of a badass Arnold Schwarzenegger. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger is my spirit animal. Let off some steam, Bennett. Okay, come on. Like, how do you expect people to get to this? Boy, this is... I'm actually just painting it blind. I'm just like, hope I got it. Van Damme pre-coke with Mom's spirit. You tell Bison. I can't go Van Damme. Oh man, I'm blanking. What's the funny Zangief lines from Street Fighter? Was Mommy Spirit? I preferred Mommy Spirit Animal over my Spirit Animal, sir. This is gonna be weird. What's the funny one? Zangief. Most accurate? Well, let's see here. I think look-wise, Punisher Warzone. Change the channel! That's what it is, yes! That's what because I was trying to think of Van Damme. I thought of him in Street Fighter, and then I remembered there was a funny-ass line where DJ, like, looks at him hilariously. Zangief makes that movie. But I couldn't remember what it was, so thank you. Otherwise, it would have just been an earworm, and I would have just been Googling. But I think look-wise, it's definitely... I was gonna say Ray Liotta. Ray, whatever his name, Stevenson, in Punisher Warzone, looked great. Except, you know, Punisher probably didn't swing off a freaking chandelier while shooting people. Like, looking real dumb. I think Tom Jane's was cool, but I don't think that was Punisher. I think the most accurate spiritually is Barenthal, because just that rage, that like uncompromising as well, just uncompromising attitude toward crime or criminals, like murderers and thieves and whatever, like black and white. No room, no remorse. Definitely Barenthal. Like, the animal nature, too, of, like... Just, that's, like, one thing I didn't like about X-Men, the first one. Even, like, I wasn't the biggest fan of Wolverine in general, but I did love... Like, his Berserker rage was always referenced, right? And in those movies, he was not an animal until... Well, I appreciated, like in the first one, I didn't think that he was very much of a quote-unquote animal, because that's one of his characteristics. Hell, I mean, his name is freaking Wolverine. But when X-Men 2 came out, one, I loved Nightcrawler, but then when the scene of when the mansion was getting invaded, and when he fights in the kitchen, and he, like, yells out a guttural scream, right, while he's fighting. I was like, finally, they tapped into that animal rage. Because that's, like, one of his defining qualities, is that he's always fighting that rage, right? And that's what I love about Barenthal's take, is that he's got that guttural, rah! Like, when he's fighting, it's always animalistic. Lundgren was the worst. I forgot. I didn't even consider him. Tom Jane could have been just a regular revenge flick. The Van mini video that he did was probably like his best take. Only thing I didn't like about Barenthal's portrayal is that he gets to chummy with Karen and Matt and crew. I prefer my Punisher to be more of a loner. But he had Micro, you know? And he does have a soft spot for innocence. Like innocent, plural, I would think. He is a loner for sure. The Ray Stevenson one definitely got that part correct. And the fact that he, like, was just chewed up over the fact that he killed an FBI agent. Was the original Punisher, he wasn't an FBI agent, right? But I don't know, was he a Vietnam vet? Because his story has changed. You know, I think in the Tom Jane one, he's an FBI agent. Um, in the 2 seasons of this show, especially at the beginning of season 2, as war seems to have ended and in a small town getting friendly with locals. Yeah, I get where you're going with that. But that is like in the comics after he just keeps punishing criminals. But like, you know, they're also making a TV show. So there's that. Like, I guess we have to make some concessions of character change. We have to give them some leeway because they're making a new story, right? That's something too that, like, I think we as viewers forget, but writers have to walk a fine line. It's like adaptations are technically we're creating a new character, a new version of it, right? It's not the same person. And if we were to just truly adapt everything, one, we'd fall short because 2 different mediums. But 2, it's what I worry about with media like The Last of Us. Is like, if we stick too closely, are we seeing anything new as fans? Are we always just gonna be like, no, I want the same thing. I want the video game, but in a different format. Like that seems a little disingenuous as fans. So like Barenthal's Frank is done. That's how it came across as But didn't he in season 2? He went to the character as a protector of the lady, but the resolution of Billy the Beaut, like somewhere along the way, he realized like it's just gonna keep following him. So he needs to keep the quote unquote mission or whatever, because like from his journey from season 2 Punisher to Daredevil Born Again, he's still on the mission, right? But like you see the transformation or the idea of like you can't just run away from this because the people that he loves get hurt, even new ones like the lady with the kid that he met at the small town, and inevitably all this crime, all this stuff will just keep going. So like his war, maybe he just doesn't say it out loud, but it transforms him to go like, all right, I guess I gotta go. Here I go, killing again. You know, like that kind of idea. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to rewatch seasons 1 and 2 again. Oh boy. Oh, lucky me. I love rewatching Punisher. Like, not gonna lie. Like, one of my favorites. I gotta rewatch Luke Cage and all that too. It's just one of my least favorites to rewatch, but I like it. It's just not as good as Jessica Jones, Punisher, and Daredevil. Let's get back to trashing on the fountain. Seemed like it was getting I was getting a lot of people on my side. Oh, we will write our own 80s action movie. We've got to have 2 characters, right? And it's got to be like a pun. I don't know. Like I'm thinking Tango and Cash. It's gonna be like, I'm Officer Brownie and I'm Officer Peanut Butter and I'm 2 days away from retirement. But this cocaine magnate killed my brother's father, which is my father. Let's see if you still have your drive when you get to Iron Fist. I'm good. Hell, that killed my drive for Defenders. Like, although the fight scene, and I like his supporting character lady, but man, I couldn't really watch very much of it because the character's a lot. There's so many like secret hidden lands in the Marvel universe now. Like you got what, Shangri-La, Wakanda. Oh my god, there's so much of his back that I can't have access to. Jesus. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a big old brush and we're just gonna paint it all purple. Because I ain't messing with that. Gosh. One of the bristles came out. We're just painting you purple. Ain't nobody have time for that. Savage Lance Madripoor. Yeah. Hell, I mean, even in the universe, I haven't watched Inhumans yet, which I didn't really have an interest, even though I love Inhumans. But like, they have a secret base on the moon, don't they? The blue area of the moon. Come on, get with the program. Make these cheeks accessible. Free use. Uh-oh. I know, right? Like, I love your models, buddy. But what were y'all thinking here? Just like how to punish us? Adelan is on the moon. Yeah, like, I need to watch that just so, because I like Inhumans a lot. And I tried rewatching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I haven't gotten very far yet. It wasn't bad. It's just I have a different taste now. If I'm gonna watch a CW like show, I'd rather watch The 100 for the 4th or 5th time. That should tell you more about my taste. I'm all about that type of show. Just terrible melodrama. I mean, does anybody besides me remember Dark Angel? Well, hopping off. Hope you have a good night and week. Looking forward to seeing Matt Murdock being finished. Hey, man. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Go and watch The Fountain. And tell me if it's good. Doubt it. I'm just gonna have a whole bunch of The Fountain insults. It's funny because I only watched it once, like, forever ago. So I don't even remember it. Like, so it's definitely in an invalid take. Let me look it up, actually. The Fountain movie. No, yeah, that's the one I watched. Sure. Wikipedia. Epic science fiction romantic drama film written and directed by Darren Aronofsky, starring Hugh Jackman and Rachel Weisz. Plot. Conquistador. That's all I need to know. I watched that one. Tomas Creo in New Spain fights a band of Mayans to gain entry into a pyramid where he's attacked by a Mayan priest. The story intercuts to Tom, a traveler. Really? Tom? A traveler in the 26th century who was tending a tall tree in a glass dome. Yeah, that's the Tree of Life, right? The present day Tommy Creo is losing his wife Izzy to a brain tumor. Yeah, that's the one I watched. I bet you $5 if I rewatch it with the context of being an adult, it'll probably hit a lot different. But who knows? Alright, have we covered all of our reds? I mean, enough of them, right? We're not going for perfection. Okay. Now let's go on to our next color. We're going to highlight this with some Evil Sun's Scarlet. I'm going to leave the batons for last. I might make them black batons. Who knows? I know that, you know, technically he has red ones. But technically I don't give a crap. That's how gangsta I am. See how bright and saturated this red is? I just hate that it's in this terrible GW bottle. Take a bit out, put it on my palette. And that'll be our secret. Water it down a bit. Oh, that might have been a little too much. That's fine. Everything's fine. We'll do it live. Alright. Now let's highlight this bad boy. How do we highlight? Intuition. Nobody really knows what they're doing when they highlight. They just guess. Dear God. It's a bit much. For sure, when you're highlighting, start on the shoulders. Like it's a good safe place to start because you want to draw attention to the shoulders anyways. Shoulders and head, base. So it's good to start there because if you go a little too ham, it's okay. That's the part that needs to go ham anyways. And because I don't want him to be like blood red all over, I'm just gonna kind of go on a little stripe. But I still want it to be a good portion so that I have room for further highlights. But I don't want to lose the fact that he's dark red mostly. So, in keeping with that line, let me go this way. Might expand the line a little bit more. Give it more room for the next highlight. Now, I might expand it a little bit more for the chest, just to draw some attention to it. We'll start with the DD on his chest because that's what we really want to pop out. And then we'll make everything on the rest of the chest follow this lead. As in, like, I'm going to shade away from it so that the D is clear. Everybody wants the D, so you gotta make it clear, you know? Shoot, and I messed that up. It's fine. No one knows. Oof. Doesn't really matter because you can always fix it in post. As in, like, we can reshade it again. Even though it doesn't necessarily follow where the light would be shaded, I still brighten the bottom D up under his chest so that it's clear. Now, while I'm here and I have the mistake fresh in my head, I'm gonna go in here and darken it up again. Plus, when you darken after you've lightened, it has a different effect. It's filtered a little bit differently. So there you go. That D is fairly clear. Now we go onto the chest. We want to keep that clear. Like, so I'm gonna basically highlight more away from the D. Just glaze it on at first. And I think I might have... Yep, I painted with the dark red. I was like, why am I not seeing it? I'm like, it looks like it's the same exact red. Well, sir, because it is. Let's just highlight that and then... Now... Pull away from the D. So that it gives some room for the distinction. Still leaving room for further highlights. on this abdomen area, it gets a little tricky. There's a lot of texture in here. And I don't want to get too carried away, but I also want to give it some distinction. Some of this is hidden by the rib area, and it's technically under the chest. So it's a tricky place to highlight. There's also folds in his clothing. Ooh, my hands. My hands! Okay, so now the rib cage, which you see how his arm covers up a lot of it. One thing I figured out about ribs is that they're delicious. And a golden corral. But really, just like being very limited in what you highlight and like sort of go in the middle of the rib is really cool because it gives it that valley impression. So even though here I colored a lot of it, I'm gonna knock it back in a little bit with this dark red. So now I'm going to knock it back with some dark red. And then I'm going to take a little bit of this purple. And define the lines a little bit more. Rekindle this. I might hit it up with some blood red. But first, I'm gonna hit up this chesticle. Go. Now let's do a dot. I have to like wash this brush quite a bit because it's thin and it dries pretty quickly, and I don't want to generate a little speck at the top of this. Now the reason why I threw those reds in there really doesn't come up the same way on camera, does it? But I did that so that I can throw these dark reds over it, so that it has a little more of a distinction. than just the dark red over purple. It's like it's a way of bringing up your value a little bit more. Like without mixing, just layering a brighter color, then knocking it back down by filtering. Okay, so what else we got? We got gotta do a little bit of the detail here. It's technically hidden under this dude's chin. And I think I'm gonna leave this dark so that I can do some object source lighting onto it later. Do some hatches here. And once I start getting further down his legs, I'm gonna lower the amount of blood red I throw in there, because I want to give it that darker contrast. So here's when I'm gonna start doing hatches. Give it more of a textured look, as well as a little bit more drama, I guess. I don't know, I'm making this up. Just saying stuff. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna do a little less as I go down. So here's when I start really limiting how much I highlight at the calf area. Now just some captured areas, just to bring it up a little bit. That's it for the right side. Now let's do the left side front. Now we're trying to brighten this up as much as we can, because we want attention to the shoulders. And we want to give some space. This is the one that we want to give the most space for the next highlight. So I'm going to push it as far as I can. might actually, in fact, knock it back in a second with my dark red. Let it dry. In the meantime, we'll do the rest of these. Your hands ever go numb? Yeah, me neither. I need some purple lines in there. I fight crime with 2 sticks. Okay, now that shoulder's dry, I'm gonna knock it back a little bit. Just to smooth out the blend. What's going to be great is throwing in the highlight color to this. It's going to really bring it all together. Like, it'll actually make everything look darker. need some water. Whew. All right, back to it. Front, I think I'm gonna leave the back foot alone. Keep it dark. Let's go with these shoulders. Here we really want to exaggerate where to highlight. I think I want to go to the other side now. Oh, this whole left side is like skin, isn't it? I think so. Whew. Why do I like his back more? Oh. All right. Just ahead now. I think I like the back more because it has more contrast. We'll see if I need to add more dark tones after I do the highlight. Start with the bright part. Try to limit this. See if that was the reason why I like it back more. Splitting. Is it because my blood red's too thick? Just talking to myself. It's alright. It's all good. Come on. I think I might need to get some more red. Yeah. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Might actually just brighten up this whole thing. Okay, now let's blend that a little bit better. A little dark red in there. Yeah, I think that's why I like the back more. I'm gonna do that to the rest of this body. I'm gonna pull it back with a little bit of dark red over the light red. Basically a little glaze of dark red over everything. But I'm using just regular red, or a regular dark red, not a glaze. But I'm treating it like it's a glaze. Probably do this to all the parts that might appear a little too bright. I like it. Now, I think I'm going to take a little bit of purple wash, do a glaze to the darker areas, just give it a little extra pop before I do the final highlight. Really, I mean, one thing you always want to keep in mind is like just how do you push the contrast more and more every time till it's almost past your comfort level. Then you go one step extra. Like you wanna explore what committing to a crazy idea looks like. And with contrast for me, it's like go until you're comfortable, then go a step further. Did you like that? Well, maybe you didn't go further enough. Do it again. This is starting to look cool with this purple. Red under this camera, or under camera, is like a hard one for me to figure out how to get looking like it does in real life. I changed the color temperature of the camera so that it would show up a little bit better. And it's still like, it's not quite what it looks like in real life. So I'm gonna try to figure that one out. Eventually, one day. Oops, that was a little strong. Oh, shoot. Man, looking a lot better with the wash being used to like concentrate that contrast. Just glaze it, you know. Okay. I think I need to heavily do it back here. Looking good. Man, using these washes as a controlled glaze, really good tip for myself. You heard it from me. Washes are okay. Man, that's smooth as eggs. Tell or get in this area, but I think I'm not just not gonna care. Okay, I think that is good enough for the Reds. I'm just doing a quick once over, making sure I'm good to go. Let's look at the reference while we're at it. Yeah. Okay, so I will be continuing on with the black and the skin. I want to complete this the main Matt Murdock before the end of the night. I'm gonna take a short commercial break, as in use the bathroom, get some more water, that kind of stuff. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, all right? Let's take a break. And we're back! Wasn't too long of a break. Let's get back to it. So, finishing touches. We're gonna add... I want a high amount of contrast. So I'm going to add some golden highlight skin tone to my red, my bright red, as a final highlight, and I'm only going to place it on special areas in the shoulder and head. And then if it gets too crazy, I'm gonna glaze it back down with some of that blood red. Put it on this area first. Mold line right there. Now let's see what that looks like with a little blood red back over it. That's pretty cool. little bit more. Keep going back and forth till I'm happy. Shoot. Leave it at that. I keep just no, one more blood red here. Man, I'm liking this going back and forth. It's looking pretty good. You can basically, like what I'm discovering is you can basically overdo it and then bring it back down as you see fit. And then it's there's no real negative consequence. So I'm gonna do this one a lot. Seems like the more you go back and forth, the more it blends. Making more of my mix. See, I'm taking it pretty high up. And in fact, I'm just gonna do, now that I kind of gotten comfortable with the technique, I'm gonna do it all over. It's like, it'll bring it up to a pastel color, but then you knock it back down with some vibrancy. Man, that's gonna look cool. there. Okay, last parts. Alright, now we're gonna take it back down. Look at this bad boy. Oh, you know, I missed his jaw. So we did all that work, right? And for what? For what? For us to go right back over it. Let's get some of that blood red, turn it into a glaze with some extra water. Bring it all together. Only leaving a little bit of that flesh tone showing. It's like reverse highlighting. I guess it's called shading. But, you know, with glazing. so much cooler. I haven't really done it quite this way. Like, I have in a way, but not with this idea. My genius. Sometimes. It's scary. I guess I hadn't done it this way with red. Probably a better way to say it. In this, apparently, red is a difficult color. I say fooey. Tis not. Do you think that artists, like professionals, know about glazing? We should tell them. The world should know. Man, I mean, look at this left side versus the right side. You can tell. You can tell Daredevil books. Oop, that's... no, I ruined it. Well, I messed that up, but that's fine. And wipe off enough paint. Man, I love this. I love how it's turning out. I might be doing this all the time. This technique. Man, sometimes I just think back to when I was a kid and learning how to paint, like getting not super frustrated, but like if only I could show this to that kid and go, you're a fucking nerd. But look at what you can do. Now give me your lunch money. But seriously, man, like you gotta... It's not overnight, like learning any skill, but you gotta sometimes step back and just look at how far you've come. And like just even doing this, I'm like amazed that it feels like it wasn't too long ago I was painting ceramics as a kid at my aunt's house, like Christmas ceramics that she would fire up in a kiln. And I was just happy with doing a simple paint job on that. I wasn't thinking about miniatures. I didn't know about miniatures back then in like 3rd grade. But like, when I did finally get into miniatures, just learning how to paint my first Vindicare assassin was red, like a red gore color. This pretty much this idea of what I'm doing right now was like the first time I was ever really proud of a paint job, that I just feel like I learned something. And now look at me, I'm still going through the same stuff, but the skill level is so much higher than I used to be. And we have to kind of like find those things in our life, whether it's like you at your job or you with a skill like sewing, maybe, who knows. But just like sit back and really pat yourself on the back on how far you've come. Like think of the first time you ever did that thing and how that person sucked. They sucked compared to where you're at now. They're freaking noobs, man. They don't know nothing. But like, how satisfying is it to go like, look at how far you came, bro. Be patient. Be kind to yourself, because eventually you're gonna be this badass. You're still gonna be learning new things all the time. You're still gonna be like struggling sometimes, but look at this, man. It's so cool. Like, I hate to be patting myself on the back and tooting my own horn, but hot diggity damn. How could I not? I'm super proud with how far I'm coming. For like with a color that I'm super comfortable with. No less. This is new. Here I thought Rogue was, like, the best I'd done. Nah, bitch, you don't even know. Also, this guy's really tiny. I don't think, people really recognize that. These guys are tiny. Getting more red because I ran out. But, like, his face. Look at it. Half his body's my thumb, man. Recognize the game. Recognize. Ladies, I'll be here all night. But, I mean, if you ever find yourself struggling in doing something, just try to think back to the first time you did it. And, like, recognize the journey. And if it's the first time you're doing it and you're getting frustrated, well, now you know the gauge which you should be, like, give it some time and it'll be like this. I don't know where I'm going with it, but I'm just like pretty amazed. Like in this little meditation session, I'm taken back into time over various stages of my painting life and just going like, man, if only I could tell that guy like how awesome it is, how much you'll learn. And like, I don't think when I was a kid getting into Warhammer that I had ever seen something of this standard. I've seen high standard stuff, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying like I'm the best or anything, but like the level of painting has certainly gone up since I was a kid in the world. One, because there's more people playing it now, but two, like it's just the internet really opened it up for painters and learning in general. in any subject. But like, I would have never imagined that I would paint like this. So I hope it's encouraging for other folks. You know, a lot of the times it's the opposite effect, right? It'll discourage people. Like, oh, I'll never paint like that. But I never thought I'd paint like this. So, yeah. Anyways, I think that's that on the red. Let's mark these other things as black. And I am really running out of Mono Black. I'm like squeezing the last life out of it. Alright, I'm gonna base coat the black. Maybe do the eyes. I don't know how much steam I have left in me. There isn't a lot of flesh, so there's that. I'm gonna do black batons. Sorry, it's a weird angle. Whew. Can't get over this red. I love it. Ooh. Man. Looks a lot better with the black though. Like, in the art, it's all red, including the belt. It's just a different shade of it. I didn't want him to be monotone. You can't make me. Why would you monogram your chest like this, Daredevil? You conceited? It's like, it's the name the city gave me. Well, I don't put it on my towels. Is that the belt? Yeah. Hard to tell where the belt is. Ooh, my back. You know what? Come on, go mini your net. I'm not gonna paint this whole belt like this, like behind the little cathedral thing. You can gargle. Because who does this, man? Who forces their painters to do this? I can't even see that. So yeah, this isn't gonna get highlighted. But I think the only other thing I'm gonna do is paint the skin. Oh, I just realized this whole midsection's not painted. Screw it. It's good enough. Okay. Now, for the zombie skin, I'm going to give it a base tone of this Sherwood green, which I like. It's a nice olive. And we're going to do the guessing game of what skin. Like if you see here, it's got little pockets everywhere. It's kind of hard to tell where on the mini is skin. So, yeah, we're gonna play that game. Where's the skin? Is it here? Some people say it's here, but they too are wrong. Surf Ninja's reference. See, kids, I'm cool. Looks like this is skin slash bone. Need to thin it down a little bit more. Consistency. Can't tell what's skin. I'm gonna leave those little eye holes. Get on up out of here with my eye holes. I'm gonna leave it that dark purple. I'm gonna do some glow. That actually might be something I do tonight, is the glow. I want to do the green glow. Now, where's the other skin? I guess his shoulder. Gotta be real careful. Usually I would paint something like this first because it's on the inside, but I really just wanted to get that red out of the way because I was excited for the red. Plus it's the majority of the model anyway, so getting that done first, you get most of the model done. It's starting to look like a little Ninja Turtle. So pocket here. Kind of regretting not painting this first. It's fine. Everything's fine. Looks like his chest area. another shoulder. Looks like this time it's a big portion of the shoulder. Hard to tell there. I see it. Okay. Oh, here's an obvious one. The leg. Is it skin? Starting to come together. Looks like the knee. Looks like the thigh. This hunt for skin is tedious. Where didn't I notice that white? Certainly, I would have noticed that. Is it like that then? Oh boy, almost there for the night. Alright, so this goes up to his elbow, it looks like. Where else? Oh, I missed another thigh. Okay. Now it's just the questionable shoulder. So let's take care of that. Just identify parts you know for sure are buboes or whatever they are, boils. I know this is just royalty-free music, but I love this track. Just being silly. You gotta paint like no one's around. Even though it's like basically anyone in the world can see this right now. So don't make an ass of yourself. But here I am, painting a Daredevil. Just a boy, painting for the world. Alright, I think those are all the locations. So now we just reinforce the paint color with a solid coat. They should be able to take paint better because we already laid down one coat. This green is deceptively like lime. And of course, it looks a lot different on camera. But trust me when I tell you, in person, this is nuclear. At least when it's wet. I guess when it dries, it gets a little bit more muted. Oh, missed a skin. Oh, and I gotta do the face one more time. Awesome. Cool. So, what's the next thing? Let's go ahead and do the seafoam green eyes. Gonna take this foul green. We're gonna do some object source lighting eyes. Some little glowy eyes. Not done with the skin, but I just wanted to lay down a base coat. Besides this, I might do the black, but who knows. So the first thing we do is thin down our paint. 1 second. Have the palette off cam. Cool. Now, because the sockets are already pretty dark, I might actually take a little bit of that purple wash. We're gonna take this GW shade Juhai Violet. Now let's throw it in the socket pretty heavily, just to get it even darker and more defined. Hell, I might even go with some black. Let that bad boy dry. And close these bottles of death before it spills everywhere. I'm wondering if I needed to, according to this reference, if I need to move the skin further back. I think I do. So while we're waiting for that to dry, I'm gonna push this further back. I think I see the mold line. wondering if I should do like olive wash in these to push the olive color in the same direction. Maybe some purple? I don't know, I already have purple everywhere. I need to kind of contrast it. Blue. I know I'm going to do some magentas in the skin, but as a glaze, not a wash for definition. Hell. While we're waiting for that to dry, let's just do it. Let's take some olive wash. Athonian camo shade. GW. It's like you're giving yourself your own nickname. No one's gonna call you Eagle. Let's just take this olive wash and see what it looks like. Yeah, I like that. We'll keep it to the same tone, the same range. Just so we know what we're looking at. We can always add some variants with washes or glazes later on, but I just need this to act as a guide. Not really adding too much definition, is it? Because it's in the same range. Should have probably went with a contrasting one. It's just that like purple's my go-to, and I think I do it too much. I might do it as an additional glaze or wash after this. Ooh, that was a lot. I'm gonna suck it up with capillary action. All right. Looks like the eye sockets should be dry by now. So, take a little bit of that foul green. Oh wait, turn it upside down. Let's try that again. Okay, so now that you've got the eye shape for the glow, you just do the surrounding area. Try to imagine the way that light radiates. Don't need to go too crazy, just a little bit ought to do it. Cool. Now, we take a little white, mix it into that. And this is what you're going to dot the eye with. Because with object source lighting, you want the source of the light to be the brightest. Similar to this, you see this glow, it's the brightest, everything else is not as bright. It can get close, but it's not the same. So I added quite a bit of white to this. And we're going to do the eyeball again. Try that again. Not a lot of paint was transferring, so it might have been too thick. There we go. Turn it upside down. Same thing. And boom, you got glowy eyes. Are they perfect? No. Are they good enough? I'd say. Okay, I think I've got enough steam to do the black. Yeah. So, I'm going to take out my go-to colors. Anthracite gray. Ooh, not that one. And Arctic blue. We're going to put them on the palette, and we already have our black from earlier. So we're going to do some gradual increases from black to the Arctic blue. Starting with black mixed with anthracite gray. Make sure to have plenty of water in it. And load up the brush. Wish I had two cameras or something. I mean, I do, but I don't have the lights for you to be able to see the palette at the same time. It's in the total darkness. This is that mix of black with anthracite gray. So it's barely above black in terms of value. And here, I think I'm gonna make it get brighter as it gets lower. And I'm just gonna leave this straight black in the back. I'm not gonna worry about it. That's a mold line, now I see. It's like, this time I looked at it, but like some mold lines are so small that you won't be able to see them until you're painting them. I'm painting about 90% of this with this mix. Now, normally, depending on how I want to do my black, I would either just jump straight into the anthracite and just do like 50%, maybe less, depending on how I want to do my black. Okie dokie, and we're leaving the rest of that alone because I don't want to harm myself. Now, going straight into the anthracite gray. Big jump, right? Just wait till it dries. It feels like it's a big jump until it dries, and then we glaze over it with that last color. Ooh, burp there. Really wish I cleaned that mold line. Ooh boy, he's getting there. Okay, now let's glaze that previous color down. just for the little pocket thing. Let it dry. I think that's one more coat ought to do it. Once it dries. Okay, so now we will mix in some of that Arctic Blue into the Anthracite Gray. And I think I'm gonna go really high up into the Arctic Blue. So it's gonna be about 75% Arctic Blue. It's gonna be a big jump. Maybe do a couple scratches on this leather. Now, the batons. Should have just done this. Nice, nice. Okay. Last layer, straight up Arctic blue. I'm keeping this fairly thick. Nope, I'm thinning it down. Okay. Now, do a final line. Really bring out that highlight. These are the sticks of justice. And the last bits of the leather right at their peaks. That ought to do it for now. I think, right? Maybe one line here. Okay. I think that's where I'm gonna call it for the night, but I want to give you some ideas of what I'm thinking in my head. So I want to paint, the cathedral like normal stone. I'll figure out what colors I'm gonna use, but it's probably gonna be some grays, greens, olives, maybe some other stuff like brown, red, brown. But then I'm gonna have the same glow coming from his eyes, coming from off the camera. So similar to how you see this red OSL here, or orange, I'm gonna be doing it turquoise or blue, or maybe the same scaly green. So that way it's like reflecting a little bit off of the clothing and just looks cool, do a little something different. But in the meantime, I think it's turning out pretty nice. I really like how this red turned out. It's so much better than I thought it would. Like, I thought I was just gonna paint him like a standard red and then, doing this glaze. Really cool, really cool. So, I just want to say thank you very much for joining. I appreciate the time you spent, and hope you have yourself a awesome day, awesome week. Well, thanks very much. Keep slinging paint, my friends, and I'll see you next time.